through providing various benefit by being a zakat management institution in Indonesia. Badan Amil Zakat Nasional Basnas is here to invigorate the Love Zakat movement. Formed by the government based on the decree of the President of the Republic of Indonesia number 8 of 2001, which has the task and function of collecting and distributing zakat, infak, and sodako at the national level, Basnas is spread throughout Indonesia and coordinates provincial Basnas, Regency and city level Basnas, Amil Zakat institution, and zakat collecting units in various institutions, as well as international zakat institutions. By bringing the spirit to become the leading institutions to enhance the welfare of the Ummah, Basnas has received various awards as a form of public trust as an accountable institution, including ISO 9001-2015 certified, audited with unqualified audit opinion since 2002, the award of intensity, consistency, and innovation in the response of COVID-19 from BNPB, the Championship Award in Capacity Building and Leadership Award in Community Development and Philanthropy from Global Good Governance Award in 2022, Best Business Transformation and Best Indonesia Customer Quality from SWA. By maintaining the spirit of zakat management based on Islamic law, trustworthiness, expediency, justice, legal certainty, integration, and accountability, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional distributes and utilizes according to the Sharia to aid Asnaf, and it's summarized into 5 main sectors. Humanity, education, health, dakwah, and economy. By continuing to facilitate sharing access for all people, Basnas provides various payment channels through the counters, mini markets, transfer services, up to dozens of channels and digital wallets, as well as PayPal. Basnas continues to expand the benefit of various productive and effective programs that are based on the principles of safe Sharia, safe regulation, and safe for the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia. Together with Basnas, create a just and a prosperous society all around Indonesia. Basnas, the leading institution to enhance the welfare of the Ummah.
Awali hidup dari hati, dimulai dari hari ini. Jalani amanah sepenuh hati untuk berkah cerahkan Indonesia. Hangatnya kebersamaan, penuh kasih, tulus melindungi, bersama saling membantu, sesama tanpa hati, untuk menyambut hari. Dari hati jadi berkah, kini dan nanti bersama Ru dan Syariah, wujudkan sesuai hati. Selalu melangkah untuk capai hidup penuh berkah,
Selama beberapa tahun ke belakang, perkembangan ekonomi syariah secara global terus mengalami pertumbuhan yang fantastis. Indonesia, dengan populasi muslim yang mencapai 85% dari total penduduk Indonesia, memiliki potensi yang besar untuk menjadi pusat ekonomi syariah secara global. Dukungan yang besar sangat diperlukan agar pertumbuhan ekonomi syariah yang positif dapat terwujud dan manfaat bermanfaatnya dapat dirasakan bagi masyarakat. IPB University merupakan institusi pendidikan terkemuka di Indonesia melalui Departemen Ilmu Ekonomi Syariah sebagai bentuk dukungan melahirkan insan ekonomi Islam yang berwawasan luas dalam bidang ekonomi, bisnis, dan pertanian. Ilmu Ekonomi Syariah resmi dibuka pada tahun 2010 dan pada tahun 2017 telah menjadi salah satu universitas negeri yang memiliki pusat pendidikan dan pengembangan ekonomi Islam berakreditasi A.
Visi Departemen Ilmu Ekonomi Syariah menjadi pusat keunggulan, Center of Excellence, terdepan dalam bidang pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengembangan masyarakat madani yang lebih berkeadilan berlandaskan syariah, serta advokasi ekonomi syariah yang bertaraf internasional dan menjadi rujukan terkemuka dalam mendukung pembangunan yang berkelanjutan. Misi Departemen Ilmu Ekonomi Syariah menyelenggarakan pendidikan ilmu ekonomi syariah untuk memenuhi kebutuhan masyarakat dengan akreditasi unggul baik nasional maupun internasional. Merancang dan mendorong kegiatan penelitian dan pengembangan ilmu ekonomi syariah beserta terapan-terapannya yang berhubungan dengan pertanian dalam arti luas. Berpartisipasi aktif dalam kegiatan advokasi dan sosialisasi ekonomi syariah kepada masyarakat. Mengembangkan kapasitas kelembagaan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Manajemen IPB, khususnya dalam hal peningkatan kualitas dan pendayagunaan sumber daya manusia.
Pembelajaran langsung dipimpin oleh tenaga didik berkompeten yang berasal dari lulusan dalam maupun luar negeri. Pengajar yang baik tentu perlu dukungan sarana dan prasarana yang baik pula. Departemen Ilmu Ekonomi Syariah memiliki fasilitas utama, di antaranya ruang kelas yang nyaman, tempat berdiskusi dan bertukar pikiran, serta laboratorium Bank Mini Syariah agar dapat langsung merasakan atmosfer dunia kerja. Mahasiswa dituntut untuk memiliki jiwa kepemimpinan, kerjasama yang baik dalam tim, dan kemampuan memecahkan masalah. Melalui Himpunan Profesi Mahasiswa Ilmu Ekonomi Syariah, sesi IPB, pembelajaran dan keahlian pendukung dapat kita peroleh dari luar kelas. Departemen Ilmu Ekonomi Syariah IPB menjalin kerjasama dengan instansi nasional dan internasional untuk memperluas kiprahnya di bidang pendidikan, informasi, dan dunia kerja. Usaha, kerja keras, dan niat yang tulus selalu dilakukan untuk menggapai prestasi. Sivitas Akademika Departemen Ilmu Ekonomi Syariah IPB berhasil menorehkan prestasi membanggakan di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Berbagai output ide kreatif, inovasi, rekomendasi regulasi ditujukan agar dakwah ekonomi Islam dapat dirasakan oleh masyarakat luas. Selama beberapa tahun ke belakang, perkembangan ekonomi syariah secara global terus mengalami pertumbuhan yang fantastis. Indonesia, dengan populasi muslim yang mencapai 85% dari total penduduk Indonesia, memiliki potensi yang besar untuk menjadi pusat ekonomi syariah secara global. Dukungan yang besar sangat
Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Terus berpacu dalam keunggulan, lincah pembelajar untuk kehidupan. Inilah semangat baru, tekad raih kesempatan, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
Ku kejar mimpi, mimpi di masa kecilku. Hidup bahagia karena ada yang ku tuju. Melangkah pasti haruslah ku mulai dengan harapan. Ku mampu ciptakan masa depan. Teruslah ku pasti beri jalan. Yakinlah kita pasti bisa. Majulah, raihlah juara. Ku kejar mimpi, mimpi di masa kecilku. Hidup bahagia karena ada yang ku tuju. Melangkah pasti haruslah ku mulai dengan harapan. Ku mampu ciptakan masa depan. Teruslah ku berkarya, teruslah berprestasi, teruslah tebar inspirasi. Semangat juang tunjukkan, Tuhan pasti beri jalan. Yakinlah kita pasti bisa. Majulah, raihlah juara. Oh, teruslah ku berkarya, teruslah berprestasi, teruslah tebar inspirasi. Semangat juang tunjukkan, Tuhan pasti beri jalan. Yakinlah kita pasti bisa. Majulah, raihlah juara. Majulah, raihlah juara. Majulah, raihlah juara. Juara.
Indonesia, the biggest archipelagic country on Earth. Made up of thousands of volcanic islands, best known for beaches, volcanoes, Komodo dragons, orangutans sheltering elephants, and tigers. The mega biodiverse country is inhabited by 20,000 different kinds of herbs and plants. Also place where you can find more than 10,000 kinds of animals roaming the land. Indonesia is homeland to hundreds of ethnic groups speaking as many as 650 different languages. Differences is our motto, made us strong by one vision of a big country. Formerly part of University of Indonesia, in 1963, IPB University was stood as the first independent campus to focus on agriculture. Located in Bogor, West Java, IPB University brings strong vision as a leading international university focusing on agriculture, marine, and biosciences. There are 11 faculties and schools, comprises 39 undergraduate study programs, 65 master study programs, and 42 doctoral study programs. There are 27 internationally accredited study programs in IPB University as a proof of our commitment as a world-class university. IPB University through its performance, able to craft achievements and acknowledged as the most innovative state university in Indonesia. In promoting students' quality outside the class, student club and societies are places for students of the same interest and hobbies to meet and share.
Welcome to IBB University. We are very pleased to welcome all of you to the 20th International Student Summit in Bogor.
Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Terus berpacu dalam keunggulan, raih kesempatan, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
Ku kejar mimpi, mimpi di masa kecilku. Hidup bahagia karena ada yang ku tuju. Melangkah pasti haruslah ku mulai dengan harapan. Ku mampu ciptakan masa depan.
An operator,
Teruslah ku berkarya,
Dr. Azim already in the
teruslah
booth.
berprestasi, teruslah terbaik.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. First and foremost, praise is to Allah Subhanahu wa taala, the Almighty, the greatest of all, on whom ultimately we depend for assistance and guidance. Secondly, may Allah's blessing be upon the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has been sent to all mankind to improve and perfect the ethical and moral behaviors. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your enthusiasm until the last day of our program. Hopefully, all of you can keep your spirits fired up until the closing ceremony. And please let me introduce myself. My name is Anissa Sartifa Putri, and today I will be your master of ceremony, and I will be guide you all during the lecture. And please be kind upon me as you will find many mistakes from me. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our lecturer for today's agenda has already been here. Please welcome Dr. Azim Kidwai. Assalamualaikum, Doctor. How are you?
Waalaikumsalam, I'm very well, thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for this session, Dr. Azim Kidwai from National Zakat Fund UK will framework And Dr. Azim Kidwai is the CEO of Mercy Mission UK. He is a social entrepreneur at heart. He joined Mercy Mission in 2009 as the chief executive and has led its growth from a new community organization to an international incubator. And he has overseen the launch of Ramadan TV, National Zakat Foundation, and Charity Right, and is now leading the Muslim Foster Project. And he also serves as a board member on several UK registered charities and is a special advisor on Islamic philanthropy and to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. Wow, it's really amazing, isn't he? And we are very honored to have you with us today. And however, before we continue, Doctor, please allow me to ask you, would you rather have a Q&A session during the presentation so that all participants can ask questions in the middle of your presentation, or would you rather have a Q&A session at the end after your presentation is finished?
I would prefer questions to be at the end, please.
Okay. Okay, as Dr. Azim Kidwai has said, all participants will be given the opportunity to ask questions after he has finished his presentation. So to anyone who wants to ask some questions, you can leave your questions via the chat room, or you can use the raise hand feature on your screen, and then our host will allow you to ask to the lecturer directly. And it can be questions related to what he will deliver today or questions related to his area of expertise. And okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's begin our lecture. To Dr. Azim Kidwai, the time, the screen, and this meeting is yours, sir.
Thank you. Anissa, will I be sharing my screen or will be using the screen that you have there?
Okay, can operator to help us?
Okay, thank you. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. Thank you very much, Anissa, for your introduction. And I'm conscious we are behind time. So my intention today is, because I need to finish on time, is that we will go through the presentation and hopefully any questions that you have earlier on may be answered as we go through. So apologies, I would normally like to give you an opportunity to ask questions throughout, but I need to make up some time. So inshallah, if you can keep your questions on the chat, and then if they're unanswered by the time we complete the presentation, then you're free to, then I will inshallah pick them out. Okay, next slide. Okay, so is it going to be easier for me to just share myself rather than asking the person to share to change the slides? Is that possible?
Okay, maybe operator can help to Dr. Azim Kidwai to making it to co-host.
Yeah, you can see my screen?
Yeah, clear, doctor.
Okay. Okay. So what we're going to do today, we're going to look at the theoretical underpinnings of a ZIS approach, principles of Islamic social finance, principles of green and blue financing, and then the integration opportunities, and then a project idea that I will put forward for you guys as part of your study. So the first thing is looking at zakat. And obviously this is the largest pool of Islamic social finance, and depending on how you look at approximations, you will see estimates between 600 billion and $2 trillion of how much zakat is actually moved. Most movement is actually informal, so you will know yourselves, you'll have family, friends, relatives that you will be often just paying through in informal means rather than through any kind of formal charitable organizations or through the government. But this is because this is a pillar of Islam. As we know in Surah Tawbah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he identifies this as a mandatory giving for all Muslims. And he then identifies who that giving is appropriate for. So we're told it's for the poor, those people who are relatively poor, the amilin, those people that work that money, those whose hearts are to be reconciled, which is often very difficult in the modern time for people to understand what that means. freeing people from slavery, freeing people from debt, and fi sabilillah, obviously typically understood as fighting in the cause of God, and people that are in a refugee, in the state of being a refugee. Now, all of these issues in the modern day have challenges because they often, apart from those in poverty and those that work for those zakat bodies, there are many questions that emerge. Like, for example, what is contemporary slavery? What is contemporary slavery? Is slavery simply that people that are kept in chains and that are forced to work? And unfortunately, there are still people like that. Or is it people that are controlled and they are forced to work at $1 a day or forced under extreme conditions to work? So there are many issues like this, but this is why actually taking an approach around zakat and its wider social finance sitting is an interesting thing to do, because you can start looking at these things. Well, what is the contemporary application? What do the social sciences of the modern day have to offer, and how do we align them? So the first thing is, from a zakat perspective, this is a mandatory giving. This is understood by all. It has a single verse in the Quran that makes it very clear on how it works and who's to be funded. And then also from the Sunnah, we know that there is a foundational hadith about this, of the way that zakat should be collected and distributed. And this is from the famous hadith in which Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he sent Mu'adh ibn Jabal to Yemen and gave him like a roadmap of how to establish Islam in Yemen. And in with that, it was very clear to say, collect the money from their rich and return it to their poor. So this idea of domestic-based giving is established from the prophetic tradition. So moving forward for us, and I believe these questions were shared before the lecture, and will be repeated afterwards. So I'm not going to do that now. So let's look at the scope. So by ZIS, what do we mean? And maybe this is something that we just take for granted, but you have zakat, which is, mandatory giving, and you have infaq and sadaqah, which is typically understood as, voluntary giving. And they have certain characteristics. So from a zakat perspective, is designed to fulfill a pillar of faith, the third pillar of Islam, and that is to purify our wealth. So those people that are zakat, who have to pay zakat, is to purify the wealth that they have. So when they take out 2.5% of the wealth that they own, this cleans the rest of the 97.5%, and it's actually a proof of their fulfillment of obedience to God, right? So you have that's the nature of the wealth, and then it's restricted to 8 categories. It's mandatory, it's to be collected annually, and it requires a calculation, which is very important, which is a very, very important thing, which is increasingly forgotten. Zakat does require a calculation. It needs a physical effort to understand what is owed to God, and that's important. And even that is worship. Even the effort to calculate what you owe is worship. So it should never be taken for granted. Say, well, I've got this much money, roughly I owe this much to Allah, this is my zakat. No, there should be an effort to genuinely calculate that. And then generally we find it makes more sense for it to be centrally controlled. And the reason for that is because it is a mandatory giving, it allows a firm budgeting approach to be taken to the needs of Islam. And that's why you find in many countries it is done at a state level, it is done at a government level. It's either done through a government department or through a mufti infrastructure or a dedicated agency which the government has created. For example, Basnas in Indonesia, high quality agency under the auspices of the Vice President's office. Infaq and sadaqah are much more open, much more general terms, which we find they're unrestricted for a start, they're discretionary, they're paid as desired. And this is important in that these are giving which are for you to show your desire, your willingness to invest in the religion, right? So there's no minimum, there's no maximum. And in fact, the more that you can give will illustrate further your conviction and belief in God. And the good thing about this is it's not to be understood by the amount of money given or the amount of wealth given. It's rather to be understood by the proportion of your wealth given. So for example, if somebody is to give sadaqah and there's one person and he gives $100, but he gives $100 and he only had $100. So he gave 100% of his wealth. That wealth is worth a lot more than somebody who gave $100, but they had $10,000. Because it's a much smaller proportion of their wealth. Someone that has $10,000, this is only 1% of their wealth, right? Giving that $100. So we find that this is something that is paid as desired, but the more that is invested as a proportion, not necessarily as a value, this is of good for the believer to do that. There's no calculation required. It's up to that person. And furthermore, it's an individual giving, and it's preferred in secret. And so we know from the authentic tradition of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that what the right hand gives, the left hand shouldn't know. And obviously that it's a metaphor to say that the more secrecy in this, the more effort to do this privately is a greater reflection of trying to protect one's sincerity, trying to protect one's ikhlas, trying to be a better person and not trying to claim fame from having given money. We find, unfortunately, many a times there are people fooled by shaitan that they want to make big announcements, you know. I'm not talking about organizations, because organizations, it makes sense why they do that. But I'm saying individuals, they may want to make a show of, you know, this is what I've done, this is what I've done. But they forget that the wealth that they have is only from Allah anyway. So this is why we say secret giving is preferred. It's not that it's wrong to give publicly, but it's preferred. So these are like the basic principles of the ZIS situation. However, from an Islamic social finance perspective, which is different, there are 5 key principles that I wanted to just explore today. And these are the basis of Islamic social finance. Equity, and that's the basis of saying that, you know, Islamic social finance should be based on people sharing risk, you know, so we're partners in things, we have equity in it. So when you have, let's say, parties involved in Islamic social finance, the ideal situation is everybody feels a level of ownership, everybody feels a level of risk, and that's what we refer to by equity. Growth, the purpose of Islamic finance is obviously to create more wealth, for more growth, for more blessing, for more barakah, for more advancement, for more development. The other thing is fairness. So one of the unfortunate realities of the growth of Islamic banking is, unfortunately, in far too many situations, Islamic banking is actually very similar to regular mainstream corporate banking, and it's modeled on that, which means that generally there's more risk on the person who is borrowing rather than both parties. And it makes sense from a capitalist corporation perspective, but doesn't make sense from an Islamic social finance perspective in terms of principles. Next thing is sustainability. So sustainability is important in that, as we know from our religion, a smaller deed that is regular is better than a big deed that is a one-off. And that's why sustainability is also important, that the way that we build through Islamic social finance should be something that's sustainable. It shouldn't just be a high-risk, great idea that may work. No, there needs to be an effort to make sure that what we're doing is sustainable. And the last thing is purity. That then there must be an effort to make sure that the transaction is wholesome, that the efforts are wholesome, that there is a desire to create something good and pure from this, because Allah is pure and He accepts what is pure. So sometimes you'll find that there will be products that are coming into the market, but in all truth, they just look like commercial mainstream products, but they have an Islamic wrap, an Islamic filter around them. So they may even be originally borrowing from capital markets, paying, you know, regular riba, and then wrapping it around another product to make it Sharia compliant. So I'm saying these are things that we generally need to be avoiding, and we need to be looking at that makes for a wholesome Islamic social finance. Why that's important is that if we are looking at green and blue financing, which are, you know, interesting phenomenon of our time, because there are new names for things that we have understood Islamically for a long time. So very simply, and this is a short summary, from a green financing perspective, this is typically around, you know, climate smart investing, right? So it doesn't have to, you know, it can be in any industry or region, but there's an effort for that investment to either be climate smart in of itself, so it's a green investment, it's in something that is creating a climate impact, or it's done in a way that there's an effort to offset, or there's an effort to make sure that there's some credible green social impact. Blue financing is the one step down from that. So I don't know how kind of well acquainted you are with these terms, but ultimately blue financing is a part of green financing. It's just, let's say, a specialism within that, which is to look at ocean-friendly projects and water supply. So it's just recognizing within the green agenda, the actual ocean agenda is a very important agenda. I see many of the people here, they're from Indonesia. And ultimately, as an island nation, you will be aware more than anyone else how much plastic you see in various parts of the ocean now. You'll be aware of whole villages. Like I've visited Indonesia many times, and it's heartbreaking to go to some places where you see so much waste in the water, and there are people having to live in and around that waste. And the irony is that waste is often not even from local people. That waste may have traveled all the way from the UK, from the US, from Australia, from all around the world. That waste has moved. So blue financing is obviously taking a view that how do we create ocean-friendly projects? How do we improve water supply or the credibility of water supply? And like we said, any biodiversity can be accommodated generally in blue financing. So what I've done here is just kind of give you a nice little matrix that gives you an overview of how these things work on a blue and green kind of framework. So, I mean, you can spend some time on this looking at yourself, but like if you were to look at a blue finance, say like, for example, water supply, you will be looking at pollution and prevention, control, natural resource conservation, biodiversity, you know, looking at how to mitigate climate change or adapt to it. You might look for something else, like, for example, sustainable shipping and port logistics. Again, has definite blue credentials from pollution prevention control, you know, some benefit on, you know, let's say natural resources, some benefit on biodiversity. You might look at something different, let's say sustainable tourism. In of itself might not necessarily be the biggest on pollution prevention, but it may help natural resource conservation and biodiversity. So this is just a small matrix for you to spend some time on to maybe understand how these things work at a nuanced level. Now, these are not different, like from an Islamic perspective, these are shared priorities. And I think there is an unhealthy culture emerging where sometimes we look at Islamic traditions as, you know, these are historic. And then we look at new agendas like blue and green as these are something new, you know, and that these are, you know, groundbreaking in what they're calling for. And these are things were unknown to Muslims. They were unknown to Islamic finance. They were unknown to Islamic economics. They were unknown to Islamic communities. And that is a big lie. You know, the reality is that when you look at the essence and the soul and the spirit of the blue and green agenda, you find this runs through the Quran and the Sunnah. You know, it is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who's told us very clearly that he's created us as custodians of this earth. The position of man, why does man have intellect? Is for us to use our brains and understand what does Allah want from us. And part of that includes that we are fair, that we respect the earth, and that we do justice to the fact that we have an intellect. Unfortunately, in many places, we, and not as Muslims, I think, as human beings, we are guilty of not respecting this earth. You find this interesting phenomenon, for example, of carbon credits. Carbon credits, a big, I would say almost as, you know, and I don't know if it's appropriate for me to say that, but almost a big fraud that's kind of been sold across the world, where you find that wealthier nations basically they breach their commitments to, you know, carbon dioxide and basically climate commitments by trading credits. So they buy the ability to do more pollution, and also there's a failure to recognize that many nations were built on the back of polluting the whole world. And then those nations that are now trying to build are told, no, you can't do that. You have to come up with a new way. You have to come up with a different way of doing things now that we've built our nations. So if you look at Europe and you look at the States, for example, you know, the way that pollution is managed is amazing. You know, the way that they, Europeans and Americans have completely forgotten how they've built their wealth, and now want to enforce very specific laws on developing countries and emerging nations on how they can and they can't, yet they can still do as they wish. So I think there's something really important that we don't get lost in these things like, oh, green financing is a great idea, or the blue agenda is a great idea. Yeah, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with these things. They're important. But I think from people like yourself that are in academia, that are investing in studies, that are looking at economics, social finance, Islamic finance, it's important to be confident in your own tradition. It's important to be confident in our own scripture. It's important to be confident in the Islamic perspective on these things. You don't need to get lost in green and blue. You need to look at that sense of responsibility. You know, we are told by Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that even if we were to make, you know, wudu at a river, we should be careful of water wastage. Like, just think about that, you know, that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is giving you an instruction that if you're stood in front of running water, where in all truth it's very difficult for that to be wasted, because, you know, whatever you take, you know, whatever is not used by what you're taking will fall back into the water. But it's more of a mindset that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was inculcating, that respect the earth, respect the resources, don't be a wasteful person. So much so that the example that he even used was one where there would be very minimal waste, but he still wanted you to think about it. He still wanted me to think about it. Muhammad ﷺ was the best man to walk this earth, the wisest man that walked this earth. He was, Allah's final messenger. His view of the world is unprecedented, and the way he acted on this earth is the best example for everyone. So if you really want to understand, like I'm saying, the spirit of how we should look at projects, financing, growth, it's good to look at frameworks like Blue and Green, but it's good to look at, as a believer anyway, it's good to look at scripturally, what does our tradition call us to? And it would be great to see, let's say models of, let's say green, often green is associated with Islam anyway, but it would be good to see, academics develop those models further and say, well, actually, what is an Islamic framework for all of these things as well? For example, when you look at UN SDGs, you'll see often people speak about UN SDGs, you'll find all the big Islamic banks lining up for UN SDGs. But in all truth, what are the UN SDGs calling for? They're calling for the basics of, Islamic social finance. They're calling for, challenging poverty, increasing, concern for the poor, reducing waste, all good, wholesome Islamic things. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the SDGs in of themselves. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the opposite, that these things, they find their spirit within our own tradition. And it's important that we remember that and we build out of that. So one of the key kind of questions is, can the ZIS, let's say, principle or philosophy and the green-blue kind of approach be integrated? And the short answer is yes. It's as simple as that. Like I could spend a long time, drawing more models and showing specific alignment. But the short answer is a simple yes, because Islamic social finance is there to support and prioritize that which is good, wholesome, and beneficial. And ultimately, everything you find in the green and blue is trying to look at, interventions that are good, they're wholesome, and they benefit the earth. So they're 100% aligned. The key thing that we have is how to govern those efforts, which is an interesting challenge. So where we see the alignment anyway, from my perspective, is it comes around looking at how do we consider governance in the first place. Far too often we will find, and often the case in Muslim economies or Muslim majority economies, that we have a totalitarian approach where there will be a chief executive, a minister, some kind of leader, and they will have their understanding, and that will become their understanding, or the understanding of the project, or the understanding of the country. What we need to look at to be successful here is to say, how do we build good governance to align these priorities between ZIS and green and blue, for example? What's a good way to actually build that? And this is a small model that I have around looking at 4 kind of key stakeholders. 1 are jurists, 2 are community leaders, 3 are local and central government, and 4 financial institutions. And we'll just spend a little bit of time on that. So the questions you might need to ask are, who are the correct jurists? Who are the correct scholars to be involved? Now, this is an interesting thing, and it's said with the greatest respect and nothing less than that, that often people will approach scholars that they know, or scholars that they feel will support a particular narrative. They don't necessarily approach scholars that are well-versed in the specific science. And that's very important. Like, to look at good governance, you need to have people on board that understand that governance. So for example, I'll give you a good case study. I think it was a couple of years ago, there was a number of bodies in Indonesia, and they raised the issue about crypto. And I remember specific fatwa on Bitcoin. But what was interesting was, it was purely a juristic discussion. The scholars themselves didn't seem to have engaged senior figures in the crypto community. Rather, they looked at it purely from a Sharia lens without understanding the Sharia context, which means that there is now obviously scholars that believe it is haram and scholars that believe it's perfectly permissible. So I'm saying is we need to be careful of that. We need to make sure that the scholars that are engaged in looking at governance and alignment are people that understand the subject area. Next thing is, how are government resources being used? Like, are there leverage opportunities? And let me explain that, because sometimes what you find now is there's an unhealthy desire to use zakat, because obviously it's an income pool, for other reasons, for fame, for PR, for making big announcements, not necessarily because we believe this is the best use of zakat. So we need to look at that, how are we engaged with government? How is the government like being honest to its opportunity? How invested are they? My own experience of Indonesian government is very positive, very smart, very intelligent, very much a genuine desire to understand Islamic social finance, good support from senior figures. So Indonesia is a great example. But you'll find other examples in different parts of the world which are not so wholesome. And often Islamic authorities are, they're leveraged for political benefit, right? So that's something we all need to be careful of. Next thing is community leaders. So sometimes when we look at leadership, we just say, okay, who's the tribal leader or who's the head imam in the area? That was important, I think, in a previous time, in a world of social media, in a world where there are new leaders, basically, there are people, what you call influencers, and we call influencers today. They often represent the spirit of millions of people, and are very useful to access real voices. So for example, if you go to, let's say 20 years ago, you were to go to and ask for a community leader, you were to go to a village, they would send you like, one person, and he represents everybody's voice. And the reason they did that was you can't speak to 1,000 people. You can't speak to 400 people. You speak to one person that represents them. Now, in the modern day, there are many ways where you can speak to thousands and thousands, if not millions of people, like through social media, through Facebook, through Instagram, through these other places. So we really need to look at when we're speaking to community leaders, are they leaders of the community, or are they leaders that have chosen a community? In the sense that there are people there, they're carrying their own agenda, and they happen to represent, or they have secured a representation from other people. And then the final thing is financial institutions. So there needs to be good integration, engagement with zakat bodies, but as well as with banks, with other financial institutions, cooperatives, building societies, mutual funds. To say, look, if we're going to co-create and we're going to look at alignment between, let's say, the basis of Islamic social finance, which is your ZIS kind of asset classes, and you're going to look at alignment to a mainstream agenda such as green and blue, then it's important to get the best players, the best minds from those institutions to be involved with that, and that's really important. Now, I just want to share with you like a basic case study of how we might look at this. So if we were to look at, say, zakat and blue financing, yeah? So let's take the case study of a poor person, yeah? So we have a poor man and he has no income and he lives in a very poor accommodation near the sea. So maybe he's living close by to a fishing village, right? And he doesn't have a boat. He doesn't have any way to, earn money from the sea, and he's struggling. From a zakat perspective, we must find a way to make him financially independent. That's our first priority. So a zakat priority for this person wouldn't just be that we make sure he gets a food ration box every month. That's not a zakat priority. That might be a zakat reality, like we may do that to help him until he's independent. But the priority would be, how do we make him a zakat payer rather than a zakat recipient? How do we prioritize his financial independence? And for that, we might make a grant that's big enough for him to start a small business. That may be on the sea or may not be on the sea. He may open a shop on land. He may buy a rickshaw. He may, buy a newspaper, stuff like anything would be enough from a zakat perspective. As long as he was becoming financially independent, that would be perfectly acceptable for any zakat agency on the planet to be aligned to that. However, the opportunity about looking at it from a blue perspective would be, okay, how could we make this person financially independent in a way that adds value to the blue agenda, right? So for example, we may fund him to become a recycler, right? So we may actually give him a grant to buy a small sea vessel, a small boat, through which he could collect waste and then recycle, right? That way we get both. That way we are able to fulfill his zakat priority. We made him financially independent, but we're able to fulfill a blue priority, which is to help clean the sea. So I hope that makes sense, because what we're doing there is to say we're able to fulfill the zakat priority, which for me is number one, but do it in a way that is styled in a blue fashion, because then you fulfill two things. Now, I just want to take a small pause there and ask, does anybody have any questions in regards to that case study? Does that make sense? Because this is really critical for understanding this space, because These are the kind of things we would want people that are the future leaders to start looking at. How do we fulfill both priorities? Because both are important. So, Anisa, I'm okay to take questions. I don't know if it's better for people to put them in the chat, or if we just carry on and go a bit further. But this is an important thing for people to understand. So I would prefer it if people put it in the chat. But if somebody wants to raise their hand, Anisa, you can choose a person that we can let speak.
Okay, it's okay, doctor.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I think that's clear. People don't have any questions. I'm happy with that. That's a good sign. People are understanding. Alhamdulillah. Okay, so let's continue. So this is what we call that. This is what we now should be looking for is a blended approach, right? So when we look at zakat, we say there's three kind of key areas. So we look at zakat to fund, like we mentioned, this person who is poor that we want to make a recycler. The zakat is used to fund his immediate financial struggle and pay off his debt. So, for example, this person we mentioned, you know, he was a poor person, he had some debt, and he has no financial means. So we may use a zakat component to say, okay, we're gonna pay off his debt because we know zakat is usable for debt. Then, from an infaq perspective, we could lend him some money, for example, to purchase a green energy boat. Yeah. So when we looked at the case study that I mentioned before, we can bring all these things together to say we will lend him some money, you know, on a qard hasan, you know, for him to go and buy a green energy boat for our blue priority. And then the final thing, from a sadaqah perspective, we may give him a grant to buy some essential materials for him to be successful in his business. So, for example, to help him start his business off, yeah, we're going to lend him some money, but we're also going to give him a grant through which he can have less of a debt burden, because we're paying debts off on one side. We don't want to kind of add too much of a burden for him on the next side. So this is a good example where if you take a blended approach and you bring ZIS together, you can be really successful in freeing people from commercial debt or freeing people from the burden of debt, empowering them to feel motivated and strong and confident to build a new life, giving them a grant to do that, and then bringing forward to them a more sustainable debt that gives them a responsibility. And they can understand that debt that they have taken not only is helping them feed their family, but because they will then be responsible for paying it back, it will help other people the same way it's helped them. So this is what I call like a blended approach for ZIS. Bringing these things together. So like I said, from a ZIS perspective, there are kind of three key areas to look at. One is alignment, next is opportunities, the next is growth market. So alignment should be very clear to everyone. They're fully aligned, you know, they're philosophically aligned as Allah made us custodians on earth. Opportunities, they're vast opportunities, and especially for emerging markets to really come into Western markets, because in the Western markets, this is a big agenda that is very profitable, very lucrative. There are many opportunities to do well here. Vast number of grant mechanisms from zakat and debt could be used. I saw an interesting case study the other day. So some of you may be aware of there's what they call like a circular economy agenda. And if you're not, do look at this, write this down, circular economy. And this is about how you reduce waste to an absolute minimum, if not zero. That's the effort. So in the circular economy here, for example, in fashion, you will find companies now, they will sell jeans, you know, trouser jeans that are 100% recycled, right? 100% recycled. They will now even rent jeans. This is a new phenomenon I'd seen in the Netherlands, where instead of buying jeans, what you do is you rent the jeans. And it was like 10 euros a month, right? So you pay 10 euros a month for your jeans. And then after 1 year or whenever you're bored, like let's say you want to get some other jeans, you stop paying. I think it was a minimum contract of 12 months. You send your jeans back, and the company, all they do is they refresh those jeans and then they lease them out again, right? Because they're saying generally, if you consider jeans, they last a long time. They last a long time. You could have jeans for years. Like I know I have jeans that are like 4 years old, 5 years old, right? As long as you don't put on too much weight, jeans, they will last a long time. But so your need to change them is from a desire, it's not from a need. You're just bored of them. You want a new pair, which is nothing wrong with that. But they say, well, if you just need a new pair, why don't you just send them back to us? We'll refresh them and send them out again. So why are you buying them? Why don't you just rent them? So you can rent them for 6 months, you can rent them for 12 months. So it's an interesting idea. But I saw a project, which is the first time I've seen it, it's an Islamic project, where they were saying the same thing for abayas. So they're saying, why don't we look at abayas from a circular economy perspective? Because Muslim women, especially that are interested in modest fashion, they like clothes, they like different designs, they change their wardrobes regularly. But it doesn't mean that the clothes that they've stopped wearing are bad. It just means that they've changed fashion, they've changed design. So it was an effort to say how you could make a circular approach to Islamic fashion, which again would come under the green agenda. So there's plenty of opportunities. And then, like I said, growth markets are, in this context, there's so many, not just in the Western world, but even on island economies, where obviously the blue agenda is a lot bigger because you have rising sea levels, climate change is very apparent. I remember I visited the Maldives, and they were doing some modeling on when different islands should disappear. The state is actively looking at that, and that's a scary thing. You may have grown up on an island, and in the last 20, 30 years, you've seen sea levels rising small amount, small amount. But the reality is within X amount of time, which may be 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 years, the island will disappear. So obviously the state has to take responsibility for that. So that creates many growth markets about, how to help people move, how to create opportunities to commercialize while seawaters are rising, et cetera, et cetera. But it needs innovation, and it needs a genuine desire to say, as a believer, you are a custodian on earth. As a Muslim person that believes in God Almighty, you believe you have a responsibility to respect the earth and be on it well. If you believe that and you take that responsibility seriously, you are naturally aligned to the green and blue agenda. It's as simple as that. Then it's about looking at innovation from an Islamic perspective that fulfills both. Now, just going a bit further, this is a group exercise I wanted to do. I don't think we can do it in groups because mashallah, there's like 200 people on the call. So what I would ask you all to do is just take this down and look at this yourself. So consider a mazaki that could be supported with zakat with a blue solution. So number one is, like we've done in the previous case study, consider a zakat priority. So you might consider a miskeen, a faqir, somebody in debt, whatever. Consider a zakat priority. Then consider what a blue priority would be for that person. So for example, we use the case study of the person living close to the sea, and might be a recycling problem that's there because there's too much waste. And then consider what I'm saying now is a zakat development goal. So how would this benefit the Islamic agenda, or the agenda of Muslims in that particular area? So it might be useful for us to go back to the case study for you to see. So I'm saying is, maybe you write these three things down and think what would be your equivalent. I'm not saying say a poor man. I'm just saying any zakat eligible person. So you might have a poor man, a poor woman, somebody in debt, a refugee, whatever. Choose one of the zakat priorities. Anyone that qualifies under Surah Tawbah's definition, and then consider these two things. What would be a zakat priority for that person? And number two, what would be a blue priority that you could take advantage of in responding to? Is that clear? Obviously, I can't say it's clear for every 200 people, but I would say if you can just take it's 11:02 my time. If you can take 3 minutes, I think that's sufficient, and just write those three things down just for your own benefit, and then we'll start again in 3 minutes. So I'm just going to give you 3 minutes to consider these three things. Use this slide as a template that you can see on the screen. Inshallah, use that as a template, and then I'm going to restart in 3 minutes. So please go ahead.
take out komputer.
Sejujurnya pengen tahu ya.
Can people hear me?
Yes,
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, unsure what's going on the link, so we're going to carry on. I hope that was a useful exercise. Any questions, you please raise them at the end. Okay. Okay, so the opportunities where we feel are really important to consider are grants, debt, and equity. So grants enables the Zakat payers to fund enterprises directly, use online giving and mobile payments. Debt, microfinance channels through Islamic banking institutions and fintechs. And equity on like enabling crowdfunding opportunities. This is really important. We see so many great online platforms that let you do that, things like Kiva and LaunchGood, etc. So there's so many opportunities that if we can break free of the mindset of, you know, that there's only one way, and, you know, zakat needs to be given in rice and, you know, clothing, or zakat needs to be given only in small amounts. And we can actually take a step back and say, what is the point of zakat? The point of zakat is very simple. It's to remove the barriers of dunya between the believer and Allah. That is the purpose of zakat, so that we can help the average person, the person that's in financial distress, not be lost in dunya, and their mind can be cleared from their debt, from their poverty, from their problems, so that they can be better believers, they can be good worshippers of Allah, that they can have a relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's why we're here. Life is very short for all of us. If our life is not in line with providing honesty and fulfilling the trust that we have with Allah, which is to worship Him, then there's no point of any of it. There's no point giving out zakat to people if it doesn't make them more God conscious. It doesn't give them the desire to please Allah. It doesn't give them the ability to step out of their problems and remember who is the one that gave them life in the first place. So we know we can do that through zakat, should it be done properly. Again, like I said, there is an alternative to the regular debt channels that we see today. Unfortunately, Muslim majority countries are almost exactly the same, if not worse sometimes, as non-Muslim majority countries, with the kind of riba-based, heavy interest-based, kind of compound interest-based opportunities that are pushed forward to people that are in need. And then lastly, equity. This is the natural position for us as believers, that we share risk, we share opportunities, and we share growth. So these are things that we should look at proactively. And for all of us, I would say, there is a global challenge on a ZIS level, and that is the scale of the problems that we look at, which means that we have to innovate. We have to come up with different ways. We have to come up with different solutions to the world's problems. Today, the world has 70 million people that are refugees or IDPs. IDPs are like internally displaced people. That's more than the population of UK. 70 million people are without a place to call home, that are away from their land, away from their place of origin. That's a crazy amount of people. Crazy amount of people. That's like a third of Indonesia doesn't have anywhere to go. Most of these people, unfortunately, they're Muslimin. And that's because if you look at the world, where are the greatest conflicts? They're in Muslim lands. Where are the greatest famines? They're in Muslim lands. Where are the greatest floods and droughts? They're in Muslim lands. So unfortunately, there is a fact that the majority of refugees are, Muslims. So they're Islamic priorities. The other challenge that we see is United Nations. Obviously, they are now increasingly seeking to manage their financial challenges by trying to access zakat. Now, I don't necessarily have a problem with this, right? I think if they can add value in supporting the zakat being distributed well, no problem. I don't think they should be collecting zakat. I think that should always stay in the hands of Islamic agencies and Islamic authorities. But supporting, responsible Islamic bodies get zakat to the right people, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But it's something that we need to start considering. This needs support and coordination. We need more innovation. We need more cooperation. We need to look at things in a more proactive way. Often, unfortunately, it's a sad reality that as Muslimin, we always live in the sense of emergency. We live in a sense of emergency. It's this flood, that earthquake, that war, that famine. Rather than thinking, what is the greatest value we have on this dunya? It's our faith. How do we invest in our faith proactively so that we are strong, and that when we have challenges, we can respond to them, rather than, we have to have an emergency appeal today, we have to have an emergency appeal tomorrow. And that's just something that we need to start dealing with. And that can only happen when there's a mindset shift in our young people, that the leaders of tomorrow, to say, how can we look at prevention rather than cure? I'll give you a really good example for this. The worst performing health economy in the world is the United States. As crazy as that sounds. The United States spends more money on healthcare than anyone else, and proportionally has the worst healthcare outcomes for that money spent, right? It's, the American dream. It's the richest country in the world. But the reality is they spend more money than anyone else, but their healthcare outcomes per dollar are worse than anyone else. The opposite to that is Cuba. Cuba spend less than anyone else per head, but they have the best healthcare outcomes. Why is that? Because Cuba has such little money. It invests it in prevention rather than cure. So they proactively came to the conclusion that they are not in a position of having vast excess wealth, so they can just keep increasing services, increasing insurance premiums, charging people more. They've said, no, we can't do that. So how do we help people not need the healthcare as much? For those of you that have been to the United States, for example, go into any 7-Eleven. The smallest drink you can buy from the machine is like 1 liter. It's like, if you're drinking 1 liter of Coke, that's probably like 200 grams, 300 grams of sugar. What does that increase your chances of? Obesity, heart disease, diabetes. Like you're funneling into your body the worst of everything. And then that's why you need more healthcare treatment. In Cuba, they go the other way around. They look at more around, prevention, better diet, how you avoid certain diseases. Now, I'm not saying Cuba's perfect. I'm just giving an example. That from an Islamic perspective, we need to start thinking about our healthcare. We need to start thinking about people's priorities a lot more. In Muslim countries, you see smoking more than you see in non-Muslim countries now, right? You see, when it comes to sugars, salts, like, I've visited East Africa many times. The biggest thing there is sugar. People have sugar like, it doesn't make sense. Like there's a joke, in most countries, you say, how much sugar do you want in your tea? When we go to East Africa, we say, how much tea do you want in your sugar? There's that much sugar. So we have to start thinking like, how do we innovate? How do we look at better things for our communities? And I'll give you these 2 UN case studies, because these are major phenomenon in the zakat space, where you think Muslims are increasingly, unfortunately, not innovating, but mainstream institutions are considering the value of Islamic social finance so much more. You have, for example, UNHCR, they have, which has been supported in the past by the Indonesian government, for example, excelling in Islamic. They have an Islamic philanthropy team. They have a whole setup in the Gulf. They're collecting zakat. They launched a $500 million sukuk. They have sovereign Islamic governments from OIC backing them. You have UNRWA established an Islamic philanthropy desk. They have a full team in Jordan. They're focusing on online and trying to build new opportunities for people to support Palestine through their zakat and sadaqah and infaq. So I'm saying is the space around us is trying to look at new ways to do things. For all of us that are involved in Islamic economics, it's really important we start thinking about how we can do things in a new way, how we can be more innovative, how we can retain our principles, but apply them in our context. So I'm going to finish there. Sorry, I'm 3 minutes over. Apologies, I wanted to finish at 11:15. And I wanted to put forward this as a project for those people that really want to develop this further. So you have this UN SDG framework that many of you would have seen. And I think it's a very good way for a general person to consider how to add value to the world. So if you don't have an Islamic understanding, that makes perfect sense. So I don't have any problem with SDGs. What I do want to explore with people on this call, so there's 200 people here, that wouldn't it be wonderful if we could spend some time considering what does Allah want from zakat? And what would it look like if we were to define our priorities from zakat? So I'm not saying it's 8 priorities only, because obviously from zakat perspective, there's 8 classes in which wealth can be spent. But if you were to break them down, I'm sure there'll be many more. But I don't want to confine this to 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 20, whatever you think. But really spend some time with Surah Tawbah. Look at what Allah says. Speak to some of those people that we've identified in your ecosystem. And then put forward, what would it be if there was the zakat development goals? So this is an exercise. I don't know how the administrators see this, if this is mandatory or not. But this is a project I think would be really good for the world to see from students like yourself. It would be a great outcome to emerge from this Islamic economics winter course, that the students of this, they created this. And we have, for example, we have the World Zakat and Waqf Forum coming up in Malaysia in a month or so time. It would be great. Maybe we could share some of this with those people and we could profile this. But I'm saying is, that's my challenge to you all today. I would ask you all to take this on as a project. Those that want to do it, you can, contact the team and send them your conclusions. Do it nicely, do it in a PowerPoint or a Canva. Present each one that you think is a real priority, and then let's see if we can celebrate that in the wider kind of ZIS economy that exists, inshallah. So I'm going to finish there. I'm going to leave open for questions 10 minutes. As a maximum, and Anissa, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Azim Kidwai. What you told really truly gives us fresh insights about the integration of ZIS into green or blue financing framework. We are very fortunate to have listened to your presentation today. May Allah bless you. And we have 10 minutes to all the participants who want to asking directly to Dr. Azim Kidwai. So you can raise your hand or you can drop your questions via the chat room. We only have 10 minutes, Doctor. Okay. Any questions? Well, I think that the material that Dr. Azim Kidwai gives is really making us understand. Okay, so this is for the first questions. Doctor from Fibrianis Puspita. Assalamualaikum, Professor. She said that regarding to the number of muzaki that is going to be held, like individuals versus community, is there any differences treatment of integration the Islamic finance when we apply it to individuals versus community or many people that we need to consider? And this is the second one is from Rida Rosida. He said that thank you for sharing, Professor. My question is why Muslims are less innovative. What do you suggest the academia in supporting and promoting more innovation program generated especially from ISF? Does the current ecosystem support the ISF integration in international scope? Maybe you can take your time or take
Okay.
your...
Yeah, so let's deal with both questions. So the first one is there any difference between the treatment of integration of Islamic finance when we apply it to individuals versus community? It's a good question, but I would say no. The main reason is that we live in a time where access to the human voice has been democratized. And by that, I mean, you can hear people like you couldn't before. Before, you had to go through organizations to look at what do these people need. Now you could, like, let's say now, for example, we could run a poll right now on my LinkedIn or your LinkedIn and have 200 people give us an answer, right? So I'm saying is, I don't think we need to think in that paradigm anymore. I think we need to think from a view of what are good solutions, and then we look at how to scale them. So if, for example, I have a good solution for an individual, I should look at, okay, how could I scale that up? And that's where an organization would be involved. So it's a fair question, but I think we just need to think about it a little bit differently to say, if it doesn't work for one person, it will work for 100. So it's better to come up with high quality interventions that work and then look at how to scale them. Hope that answers the question. Why Muslims are less innovative, and what do you suggest the academia in supporting, promoting from ISF? This is a really good question. I actually don't think that Muslims are less innovative. I think Muslims that take a responsibility for Islam are less innovative. So let me explain. If you were to consider some of the greatest innovations of our time, you will find Muslims at the heart of that. So for example, the YouTube's, one of the co-founders is a Muslim guy. But you'll never know, you don't know that, you don't think about that. You look at, for example, Google Maps. The person that, conceived Google Maps, Muslim guy, right? But you don't see about that. You just look at Larry Page at Google. So if you look at, for example, I live in the UK, one of the big innovations here that's happened is a nanotechnology for insulin. So they now have a plaster that you can put on your hand, and that will automatically regulate your blood sugar by giving you insulin as you need it. Muslim guy. So I'm saying there's many innovations that are in the world that are from Muslims, but not necessarily with Muslims as an Islamic responsibility. That's the big difference I'm talking about. So I'm saying people like yourselves that have an interest in Islam and looking at Islam flourish, it's more about this as a community being more involved as opposed to Muslims generally. So apologies if it was understood that I was suggesting Muslims are less innovative. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying is Muslims that are involved in Islamic work need to be more innovative. Does the current ecosystem support the ISF integration on international club? I do believe so. Living in a Western country and working in a Western country, I've never really seen a challenge to Islamic social finance at all. I think people in Western markets, actually, they're more than comfortable with looking at the value that ISF brings. No issues with that whatsoever. So I'm just reading that for Az's question. How to face the poor community that is not istiqamah? I mean, I have made some green projects such as waste management from the projects that actually can generate income, but I think that they don't really have sabr, so the project closes later. Okay. So that's an interesting question. All I would say to that, and I'm not saying that your projects weren't good. I'm saying one thing is sabr, and we can all have more sabr, and this is why Islamic authorities that are involved with zakat management, it's important that they invest in education and dawah. It's very important they do that, because dawah is critical for us all as a community. And sometimes a project may have failed because it just wasn't delivering the results. So I'm saying is you may feel that the results were there, but it's just going to take time for them to get there. And maybe that is the case, but maybe it isn't. So I'm just saying, I'm not necessarily sure it's a sabr thing. I think the sabr thing is general for all of us. It's nothing to do with the poor. The rich need sabr with understanding what does Allah want them to do with all the wealth He gave them. And the poor need sabr on how to deal with the fact that Allah didn't give them. We all need sabr. That's not the issue. So I think from a zakat perspective, from an ISF perspective, we should always be considering heavy investing in dawah, in tawheed, education, in the affairs of the heart. There's no issue. But I'm saying is projects should be evaluated on their own merit. Be that, I don't think that should be an issue. If that makes sense.
Okay. Is it enough, doctor?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Is there any questions? Maybe I'll be waiting for 10 seconds.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I think that's all clear. And thank you for your answer to all the questions, Dr. Azim Kidwai. And your answer were very insightful. And I think that it's all for the Q&A session, Dr. Azim Kidwai. And unfortunately, our time is very limited. And I would like to ask you to stay on your screen, Doctor, because we have a small token of our appreciation for you. Please accept it with our sincere thanks. Maybe you can stop your share screen, Doctor, sorry.
Okay. I thought yep. Okay.
Okay, to the operator, can you show for the certificate for our speakers
thank
today,
you.
Dr. Azim Kidwai? Please submit our sincere thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, thank you so much, Doctor, for your insightful. And before we close all our agenda today, is there anything else you would like to say, Dr. Azim? How about the assignment or the quiz, or maybe a closing statement about our agenda today, about our lecture today?
Just that I thank you so much for the opportunity. And I would encourage you all to really think about how we blend these frameworks and be confident in the Islamic tradition, be confident in what we can achieve together. And any of you that want to do the exercise, want to do the project, then, I think that's a great opportunity. And I don't know if as part of the economics course, you could publish some of that. But that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Azim Kidwai. Maybe the next one is we want to document our meet right now. So to all the participants, please turn on your camera. Because we will do a documentation with Dr. Azim Kidwai. Okay, to the operator, can you help me? Okay, maybe for the first slide, 1, 2, 3. The second slide, 1, 2, 3. And the third slide, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think enough. And once again, I want to say thank you to Dr. Azim Kidwai. And ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, this is the end of our first session from today's agenda. And once again, we would like to express our gratitude to Dr. Azim Kidwai for so generously sharing your valuable time, knowledge, and wisdom for us. We are fortunate to have listened to what you have explained in your presentation today. May Allah bless you. And we do apologize as you may have felt many inconveniences from us throughout the session. And ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you that we still have the closing ceremony today, which will begin at 6 past 30 minutes Western Indonesia time or Ba'da Maghrib by Indonesia time. So hopefully all of you, the participants, can return to this virtual room 5 minutes before the start of the closing ceremony. And wallahu alam, let's close this session by saying hamdalah and doa kafaraah majelis. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika, asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you on the closing ceremony.
Through providing various benefit by being a zakat management institution in Indonesia, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional Basnas is here to invigorate the Love Zakat movement. Formed by the government based on the decree of the President of the Republic of Indonesia number 8 of 2001, which has the task and function of collecting and distributing zakat, infak, and sodako at the national level, Basnas is spread throughout Indonesia and coordinates provincial Basnas, Regency and city level Basnas, Amil Zakat institution, and zakat collecting units in various institutions, as well as international zakat institutions. By bringing the spirit to become the leading institutions to enhance the welfare of the Ummah, Basnas has received various awards as a form of public trust as an accountable institution, including ISO 9001-2015 certified, audited with unqualified audit opinion since 2002, the Award of Intensity, Consistency, and Innovation in the Response of COVID-19 from BNPB, the Championship Award in Capacity Building and Leadership Award in Community Development and Philanthropy from Global Good Governance Award in 2022, Best Business Transformation and Best Indonesia Customer Quality from SWA. By maintaining the spirit of zakat management based on Islamic law, trustworthiness, expediency, justice, legal certainty, integration, and accountability, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional distributes and utilizes according to the Sharia to aid Asnaf, and it's summarized into 5 main sectors: humanity, education, health, dakwah, and economy. By continuing to facilitate sharing access for all people, Basnas provides various payment channels through the counters, mini markets, transfer services, up to dozens of channels and digital wallets, as well as PayPal. Basnas continues to expand the benefit of various productive and effective programs that are based on the principles of safe Sharia, safe regulation, and safe for the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia. Together with Basnas, create a just and a prosperous society all around Indonesia. Basnas, the leading institution to enhance the welfare of the Ummah. through providing various benefit by being a zakat management institution in Indonesia. Badan Amil Zakat Nasional Basnas is here to invigorate the Love Zakat movement. Formed by the government based on the decree of the President of the Republic of Indonesia number 8 of 2001, which has the task and function of collecting and distributing zakat, infak, and sodako at the national level. Basnas is spread throughout Indonesia and coordinates provincial Basnas, Regency and city level Basnas, Amil Zakat institution, and zakat collecting units in various institutions, as well as international zakat institutions. By bringing the spirit to become the leading institutions to enhance the welfare of the Ummah, Basnas has received various awards as a form of public trust as an accountable institution, including ISO 9001-2015 certified, audited with unqualified audit opinion since 2002, the award of intensity, consistency, and innovation in the response of COVID-19 from BNPB, the Championship Award in Capacity Building and Leadership Award in Community Development and Philanthropy from Global Good Governance Award in 2022, Best Business Transformation and Best Indonesia Customer Quality from SWA. By maintaining the spirit of zakat management based on Islamic law, trustworthiness, expediency, justice, legal certainty, integration, and accountability, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional distributes and utilizes according to the Sharia to aid Asnaf, and it's summarized into 5 main sectors. Humanity, education, health, dakwah, and economy. By continuing to facilitate sharing access for all people, Basnas provides various payment channels through the counters, mini markets, transfer services, up to dozens of channels and digital wallets, as well as PayPal. Basnas continues to expand the benefit of various productive and effective programs that are based on the principles of safe Sharia, safe regulation, and safe for the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia. Together with Basnas, create a just and a prosperous society all around Indonesia. Basnas, the leading institution to enhance the welfare of the Ummah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. His Excellency, the Dean of Faculty of Economics and Management, IPB University, Dr. Irfan Shaukibek, SP MSc, His Excellency, the Head of BP, BISWAF, Business Investment and Wakaf Management Agency, IPB University, Dr. Insinyur Naufal Mahfudz MM, His Excellency, Head of Department of Islamic Economics, IPB University, Dr. Khalifa Muhammad Ali Ashud MSI, Honorable Chief of Islamic Economics Winter Course 2023 Committee, Mrs. Yakti Mahanani SE MSc IBF, Honorable all of our distinguished guest speakers, Dr. Muhammad Ubaidullah, Dr. Nur Farhah Mahadi, Dr. Azim Kidwai, Professor Dr. Raditya Sukmana SEMA, Professor Dr. Baharam Abdul Hamid, Mr. Al-Fatih Gesan Pananjung, MBA, Dr. M. Iskandar Shah, Dr. Ahmad Juwaini, Dr. Muhammad Rizki Primasakti, and Professor Mustafa Omar Muhammad. And don't forget, distinguished participants of this event. I'm feeling so sad to announce that today is our last agenda and our last meeting. And we have gone through nearly 2 weeks of lectures, industrial visits, and cultural sharing activities. As we know that the Islamic Economics Winter Course 2023 is the 5th installment of an international collaboration event series of Islamic Economics Winter Course held by the Department of Islamic Economics, IPB University. And this event has been held since 2019 and in total has been attended by more than 500 participants, both foreign and domestic participants. And this is an honor for us because we can have all of you in Islamic Economics Winter Course 2023. And to kickstart our evening, we will have a closing speech on tutorial on how to develop a wakaf-based forest, which will be delivered by the esteemed Dr. Khalifa Muhammad Ali Ashud MSI as the head of Islamic Economics Department from IPB University, and his insights will surely leave a lasting impact on our understanding of sustainable economics. And to Dr. Khalifa, time and screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My sound is clear?
Yes,
Clear,
it's
sir.
clear.
Okay. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Once again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man sara ala nahjihi wastanna bi sunnatihi ila yaumiddin, amma ba'd. The Honorable, the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Management, IBP University, Bank, the Head of the BISWAF, Dr. Malaysia, and Honorable all the Islamic Economics Department lecturer, IPB University, all participants, brothers and sisters. We have been participating in the IESWC for 9 days. To sum up, in our rapidly changing global economy, transitioning to a green economy isn't just a good idea. It's crucial for our future. This approach focuses on sustainable development, protecting the environment, and reducing risk. The Islamic principle of social responsibility naturally aligns with these goals. emphasizing fairness and discouraging harmful practices. By combining this principle, we can strive for a balanced and responsible future that benefit both people and our planet. That's maybe the summarize, yeah, the key points of our course, yeah, in this year's IESWC, yeah, Islamic intercourse in our session today. Then the question is, what should we do? Yeah, what should we do? We have to do something. We have to do something. Yeah, many things to do. Well, many things that can can do many things. Yeah, regarding to our topic. Yeah, by participating in environmental activities. Yeah, and for this closing, yeah, winter course, I want to propose you one of crucial. Yeah, I believe that this is one of the crucial activities. Yeah, can do. Yeah, after winter course. Yeah, I want to invite you, yeah, to develop. Yeah, to develop wakaf-based forest. Actually, I will not explain deeply about wakaf-based forest today because I have shared uh, the I have shared the material, the lesson previously. Yeah. So today, before I continue, I want to introduce a little bit about myself. Yeah, I'm now heading the Islamic Economics Department at the university. I also chair the Bogor Wakaf Forest Foundation and serve the Environmental and Natural Resources Conservation Board, MUI or MUI, with Ulama Indonesia Ulama Council. Yeah. Okay. But I want to review a little bit about wakaf-based investment. Actually, merge Islamic generosity with ecological preservation, fostering a green economy through sustainable land use, biodiversity protection, community income, education, research, and climate resilience. So this is our movement, to preserve our forests, our environment. So this is a potential sustainable development instrument now and the future. So, okay, in the next slide, in slide number 4, why should wakaf forest? I want to explain this quickly. Compared than the other type of forest, state and private forest, the wakaf-based forest as property of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala are uniquely preserved under Islamic and national laws, especially in Indonesia laws. Actually, my presentation today, based on Indonesia law in our country. I believe maybe there are some differences in other countries. So the wakaf forests are preserved under Islamic and national laws. We have special law, special wakaf law, in our country, that can ensure lasting sustainability and delivering economic and social advantage to the community. So maybe the most significant differences, significant distinction, yeah, between wakaf-based forest and state and private forest is in the land status, land status. Wakaf-based forest, is developed, on wakaf land, and the wakaf land, has many consequences that should be kept, kept. Uh, it should be managed, sustainably, and cannot be sold, cannot be inherited, cannot be granted to anyone else because it already belongs to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. That's why, inshallah, we believe that a forest can be preserved, can be preserved until the end of the day, at the Yawm al-Qiyamah, inshallah. Okay, next slide. Why should wakaf-based forests? Wakaf-based forests are anticipated to remain sustainable as they are under the double or dual legal protection of both Islamic and national legislation, prohibiting any alteration of wakaf asset. So we believe this will be more sustainable because there are double protection. There are extra protection for this type of wakaf. Okay, slide number 6. I want to show you wakaf forest that have been developed in our country, Indonesia. That identified already by our researchers. Currently, there are 4 wakaf-based forest locations in Indonesia. The first one is Aceh since 2013, and Bogor, and that we manage since 2018 in Mojokerto and Sukabumi. The wakaf forest in Sukabumi managed by MUI. This and I am also a member of UI, especially in environment issues. So this forest cover about 10 hectares in total. Collaborative efforts, your participation in developing wakaf-based forests are crucial to expand this initiative. So I invite you once again to also develop a wakaf-based forest so that wakaf forest can be larger and larger, inshallah, in the future. Okay. This is the Bogor Wakaf Forest managed by Wakaf Forest Foundation. Bogor Wakaf Forest Foundation is 2018, located in Cibunian Village, Pamijahan District, Bogor Regency. Since the beginning, since the beginning, the Bogor Wakaf Forest Foundation has acquired 5 land plots. So in total, approximately 1 hectare. And we focus on 3 main pillars known as 3 E's. 3 E's. Acronym is 3 E's. Ecology, economy, and educational social program. And Alhamdulillah, in 2022, Alhamdulillah, we received award from Indonesia Fundraising Award 2022. Alhamdulillah, this year we also has been we have been nominated by the same organization, yeah, to be awarded as the best wakaf fundraising, productive wakaf fundraising award. Okay, let's now, I want to share, the steps, the steps to develop a wakaf resource. So, I think, this is very important, this is the core of the presentation today, developing a wakaf-based forest in Indonesia, these steps, these steps are inspired by our experience, in developing wakaf forest in Bogor, also inspired by a research paper conducted by Jannah 2023, but unpublished yet. Inshallah, will be published in Scopus Index Journal this year. Involves 4 key steps. So to simplify, there are 4 key steps, to establish a wakaf-based forest in Indonesia. I think these steps, for Indonesia, for the to be applicated in Indonesia, in our country. But maybe, in some countries, yes, have some differences, in applying these steps. Maybe need some adjustment. Okay, the first step, is identifying, wakif donor. Wakif is a wakaf giver. Then selecting the ideal location, followed by legally, dedicating the land as wakaf property, and finally ensuring wakaf, ensuring forest optimization for a sustainable benefit. Next slide. This is the considerations, some consideration in every steps. For finding wakifs, we can the wakif can be in an individual or can be a company. So and this is the whole steps. The whole steps. After finding wakif, we have to determine the site location, considering legal, physical, conservation, and management aspect. But I think the more important, the more crucial factor, in determining site location is legal. The legal is the most top priority in determining site location. Imagine that you have funds, enough fund to buy land, to buy a land to be converted as wakaf-based forest, and where, will you choose, your location, the location for development wakaf-based forest, please, keep in mind, that the most, important factor is legal, For example, make sure that your land is, is safe. I mean, you can buy the land. In some cases, we cannot buy the land, but the society, the people, in the location, or the owner, the owner of the land, or someone who utilize the land somewhat in the village. Yes, sometimes they sell, yeah, sell the land without without uh, yeah, rights. Yeah, uh, actually they don't have rights to sell the land because the land is belong to the country, and yeah, belongs to the state. Yeah, that's not the that's not his land. Yeah, but owned by the uh, government. Yeah, this is something that we find quite uh, frequently uh, in yeah, buying a new land, yeah, new land in to expand, to expand our workforce. So the legal aspect is very crucial. Yeah, after determining location, yeah, considering legal, physical, conservation, and management, yeah, you can move to the next step by legalizing a wakaf land. You can go to uh, uh, the uh, the representative of the Ministry of Religious Affairs, yeah, to um, yeah to establish, yeah, to generate, yeah, akta ikrar wakaf. In bahasa we can say akta ikrar wakaf, yeah. And after akta ikrar wakaf, we got the uh, we acquired, yeah, we got the akta ikrar wakaf. We can then um, yeah, we can go to national BPN, yeah, National Land Agency, to uh, to get a wakaf land certificate, yeah, to have land certificate, or we can say in bahasa sertifikat wakaf, yeah, sertifikat wakaf. And finally, yeah, after finishing the legalization, we optimize, yeah. So we optimize the forest by addressing legal, ecological, Islamic, economic, social, and aesthetic consideration. And by addressing legal, ecological, Islamic, economic, social, and aesthetic consideration. Actually, the next slide is the details. Yeah, you can read by yourself. Yeah, and for example, for determining the location, slide number 12. Yeah, uh, yeah, the legal is included, located in a private area, private area outside a forest area. Forest area, usually in our country, in Indonesia, is managed, is owned by the government. Yeah, so we cannot buy the land. Yeah, we should, yeah, buy. Uh, should be careful. Yeah. Once again, I want to emphasize this point. Yeah, we have to ensure that our land is located in private area. Yeah. Okay. Next, maybe I want to jump to the next. Yeah. Or maybe in the last. Yeah. In the slide number 16. Yeah. In optimizing wakaf forest. Yeah. We can maybe 15 first. Yeah. In optimizing wakaf forest. Yeah. Yeah, we can do several uh, things, yeah, several programs. For example, yeah, we can uh, uh, yeah, create an ecological program by planting beneficial trees, yeah, and uh, yeah, we can choose, yeah, productive trees, yeah, and also we can develop an, Islamic, yeah, religious activities, yeah, in the Waka Forest. So I want to say that Waka Forest is not about ecological like ecological activities or ecological programs, but work of place forest is also about Islamic, yeah, economy, and also social activities. Yeah, in Wakafara Forest, we can see the photos. Yeah, we have programs, routine, yeah, programs, and every Jumat, for example, we conduct a weekly Quran class. Yeah, for children who live in or around Wakaf Forest. Yeah, we have economic, uh, productive, yeah, and productive activities and programs. Okay. I think in conclusion, yeah, I want to conclude, yeah, developing work of base forest in Indonesia involves four essential steps, yeah. Firstly, finding wakif or customers, then selecting a suitable location, yeah, uh, then legalizing, yeah, the land, yeah, and optimizing the forest potential, yeah, inshallah. So that's all. Inshallah, I want to say again, together, inshallah, we can uh, do this, yeah, by cultivating, yeah, by developing this forest, yeah, for the benefit of our communities and environment. And I invite you, let's work together, yeah, to establish sustainable wakaf-based forest for our legacy, yeah, in this dunya, yeah, this work for our generation in the future. Okay, thank you very much. Jazakumullah khair for your attention. Okay, thank you. We give the screen back to the.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Khalifa, for your insightful speech. And now maybe to all participants, if you have any questions, please raise your hand or type your questions in the chat room. And due to time restrictions, I will allow just one or two questions that related to the material that have Mr. Khalifa said. Okay, maybe there's any questions? I'll be wait for 1 minute. Maybe some people are still typing their questions. Okay, I'm still waiting. There is questions, anyone? Okay, I think that's all clear, Doctor. So maybe once again, I want to say thank you to Dr. Khalifa for your speech on Waka Forest and how to develop it. And I believe the tutorial. Okay, I'm sorry. To Mrs. Rida Rosida, you can turn on your mic and saying your question directly to Dr. Khalifa.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Anissa. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Khalifa. Nice to meet you, Dr. Khalifa. I'm Rida from UPI from Bandung. Nice to meet you all. My question would be related with the Waka Forest. The first one is that what would be the challenges faced by the management, especially the Nazir, in managing the Waka Forest? Because probably maybe from the regulation side, or maybe from the community or from the people, is there anything that you need, that is the first one. Like, what is what are the challenges faced by the Nazir, especially in managing the wakaf, the forest wakaf, and then the second one is that what would be your message? What is your message for the young generation to preserve, especially this program? Let's say. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, next question, Ibu Rida, ya. Okay, the first question about the challenges. I think the challenges, yeah. Maybe the challenges can be from external and internal. From external, I think there is no challenges lah. I can say there's no big challenges from external aspect. Yeah, like from regulation, there is no issues. Yeah, in our regulation. Oppositely, yeah, even I can say that our regulation is very support, yeah, to develop, yeah, in the development of work-based forest. Even the Ministry of Religious, yeah, Ministry of Religious support, yeah, supported our program strongly, and also the Ministry of Khalifa, yeah, Forest and Environment also, as well, and also IEWI, Badan Wakaf Indonesia, Indonesia Wakaf Board, yeah, also inshallah supports, yeah, strongly. So Basnas, yeah, Badan Wakaf, yeah, resolution also supports, yeah, our. So there is no issue in relation, even though there is no specific, yeah, there is no specific regulation regarding wakaf-based forest, but basically wakaf-based forest is allowed, yeah, by regulation. If we look at law regarding wakaf, yeah, number 41, yeah, year 2004, yeah, we can see that, yeah, innovation, yeah, innovation related wakaf development is allowed, yeah, as long as Sharia and to dedicate, yeah, to be dedicated, yeah, for social prosperity, yeah, social welfare. So I think there is no issue, yeah, in regulation, and also there is no issues in our society. I can say that our society is very support, yeah. We have conducted we conduct research related to this point, yeah. We find that yeah, our society is very more than 90% our respondent, about more than 400 respondents is agree with program, and they stated that work of waste forest is program, and they are willing, yeah, to donate, yeah, to work of waste forest. So also there is no issue in our community perception, yeah. So what is the issue? Yeah, the issue is from internal factor, internal aspect, yeah, from the Nazir, from ourselves, yeah. Wakaf forest activists, yeah, find that the problem is coming from our side, yeah, our internal, yeah. For example, we have problem in searching the model, yeah, because we don't have any benchmark, yeah, in workplace for it, because that this is the relatively new, relatively new program, yeah. So there is no good benchmark, yeah, for comparing our movement, yeah. So we have to trial and error, but we already change the term, yeah, not trial and error, but trial and improve, yeah. So what we have done is the trial and improve, yeah. In the material today that I've shared to you is actually maybe it looks simple, I believe, for you, but it's hard, yeah. It 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 requires, yeah, so many experiences, yeah, and requires also uh, very quite long time, yeah, for uh, yeah for uh, formulating the steps, yeah. So inshallah, I believe this can be a benchmark, yeah, uh, for 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 you, yeah, for those to develop business, in their business. Okay, that's maybe the first answer. For the first question, basically I would say that the problem is more likely. The problem is in the Nasir. In the Nasir. Okay, the second question is related to my message. Yeah, my message is simple. Yeah, I want you, yeah, the young generation, but not limited to young generation. Yeah, also, yeah, to older and senior, yeah, generation. Yeah, Gen Z, Gen boomers, yeah, millennials, yeah, also I invite all of you, yeah, to have a legacy, yeah, in developing our workplace. Yeah, uh, if we ask, if we are asked, yeah, what is the best wakaf, yeah, to be developed? Wakaf masjid, yeah, we have wakaf masjid, we have wakaf. Yeah, we have many wakaf, yeah, wakaf masjid, schools, and graveyard, yeah, so many types of wakaf, yeah. Our Islamic scholars says that the best wakaf is what the society needed the most needed by our community. That's the best wakaf. Yeah, Alhamdulillah, I don't get me wrong. Yeah, masjid is very valuable in Islam. Yeah, and Rasulullah SAW said that man bana masjidan banallahu lahu baitan fil jannah. Very important. Yeah, but yeah, we have so many masjid today. Yeah, almost 1 million masjid in our country. Yeah, mashallah. We we need, yeah, more forest right now. Yeah, we need more forest. Yeah, so wakaf forest is crucial. Yeah, to reduce emission. Yeah, to absorb carbons. To um, yeah, to 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 prevent landslides, etc. So, in conclusion, I want to say, I want to invite you, yeah, all of you here as alumni of uh, uh, Islamic Winter Course, yeah, 2023, yeah, to have social projects, real social project. So the knowledge you get in this winter course would be beneficial. Would be can be applied in a real social project. I wanna invite you. You can also I believe so many social projects, social environmental project that you can create. But one of the most one most beneficial, I think, social project is social and environmental project that you can do. You can develop is forest, because forest is not only benefit the society, but also benefits the environment, and also not only benefit the human, but also Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, other creatures, inshallah. For me, that's the answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mrs. Rida Rosida, and of course, thank you so much to our speakers, Dr. Khalifa Muhammad Ali. Maybe I think that's enough. We just only have one question. Sorry to say question. And thank you. Okay, and once again, I want to thank you to Dr. Khalifa Muhammad Ali for your speech on Waka Forest and how to develop it. And I believe the tutorial for developing Waka Forest that you have explained can be implemented not only in various regions in Indonesia, but also in other countries in the world. So we're going to move to our next agenda. And this year, to make this winter course even more meaningful and impactful, the committee took the initiative to donate a part of the Islamic Economics Winter Course 2023 participants' registration fees as a cash wakaf. And therefore, today we will have a symbolic handover of the cash wakaf share to IESWC IPB University, which will be represented by Mrs. Yakti Mahanani as a MSc IBF as the Chief of Islamic Economics Winter Course 2023 Committee, and Dr. Engineer Naufal Mahfud MM as the head of BP IESWC IPB University. So I would like to invite to Mrs. Yakti Mahanani and Dr. Naufal Mahfud. Please come forward to the screen.
Assalamualaikum, Anissa.
Waalaikumsalam, Mr. And Mrs. Yakti.
Apologize, I'm off camera because I'm still on the way to Yogyakarta, but I still here listening this event. Yeah, I'm attend here.
Okay, it's okay, Mr. So to the media, please share the certificate and Ikrar Wakaf. Okay, maybe Mrs. Yakti, I will let you to say a few words.
Okay, thank you, Anissa. I feel so honored to be a representative from the committee and the participants of Islamic Economics Winter Course 2023. It's an amazing event. This event is not only about giving lectures, discussion, but in this year, this event can be contributes and give real action, and from all of you, from your registration fund and fund collected, and then we manage it, and alhamdulillah we can transfer it to IESWC IPB University. This is our real action. Dr. Ala Asmara, alhamdulillah, glad to have you here. This is just symbolic, and hopefully all of the angels of Allah and Allah written our good deeds as Amal Jariah. Thank you for accepted our little bit donation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Sekti. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. And maybe to Dr. Nawal Mahfud, can you say a few words as well?
Okay, thank you Anissa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in. From the I'm on behalf the BISWAF IPB Wakaf, yeah. I would like to say thank you very much to your Wakaf, your donation, yeah. And as a Nazir, IPB Wakaf will use this donation properly and in accordance to the rule. Again, thank you very much for all participants this winter course. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, maybe to Mr. Allah, are you have some speech?
Okay, of course, I also would like to say thank you very much to the committee and all participants of Islamic Economic Winter Course for the donation given. And of course, the donation or wakaf given will be managed well and transparently. Hopefully, the donation given will be an inspiration for many parties. That is all that I can say. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Allah, and may Allah give blessings not only for the beneficiaries, Nazir, but also for Islamic Economics Winter Course participants as Wakif, and which this donation is taken as part of the registration fee they have paid. Amin, amin, ya rabbal alamin. And now, we're going to listen to the testimony statement by lecturer and participants about our activity. So for the first testimony, I would like to invite one of our distinguished lecturers, and I see only Dr. Nur Farhah Mahadi from IUM, International Islamic University, Malaysia, and who are already present here. Dr. Farhah, would you like to share your thoughts about our event, especially since it's your first time being a speaker in our event?
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to Sister Anissa. Alhamdulillah, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to be joining this kind of activity and of course to be sharing all the inputs and informations at the same time, gaining as much as possible informations from other respected speakers, none other than these top-notch speakers in the industry. And this is it. Thank you so much, Sister Nisa.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Farhah, and for your kind words. And I wish we could meet again next year in the same event. And maybe next, I would like to invite some participants to deliver their testimony as well. Maybe I want to go to Amalia Pristaputri, student from group 551. Hello.
Okay, hello. Sorry, I'm from group of 27.
Oh, pardon me. Sorry.
It's okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Amalia Pristaputri. I'm from IPB University. I would like to convey my impressions while attending the Islamic Economics Winter Course 2023. I was very happy and inspired taking the Islamic Economics Winter Course 2023, which discussed about green and blue economy from an Islamic perspective, green Islamic finance, and zakat and wakaf funds. This program has given me a valuable insight into how the principles of Islamic economics can be applied in a sustainable environmental and financial context. Once again, thank you to all speakers and organizers of this course for this immersive experience. Hopefully, the knowledge gained while participating in this activity can be useful and be blessing for all of us. And once again, hopefully in the future, more and more people will be interested understanding more about how Islam can contribute to creating a more sustainable economy. That's all from me. May Allah bless you. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Amalia, for support 3 from group 27. Okay, let's move on to the next participants. Geha Zakiuddin Rabbani from group 39. Hello.
Hello, is my sound clear?
Yes, clear.
Oke, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawalah, amma ba'd. Hello, my name is Geha Zakiuddin Rabbani. I am a student of School of Business, IPB University. I participate in Islamic Economic Winter course organized by Department of Islamic Economics, IPB University. I would like to share my experience and feedback about this course. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, lecturers, and sponsors for making this course possible. It was a great opportunity to learn about the digitalization of Islamic social finance towards green economy. The course was very informative, interactive, and engaging. I learned a lot from the lectures, discussions, and assignments and virtual visits. The lecturers were experts in their fields and they explained the concepts and practices of Islamic social finance very clearly and comprehensively. Secondly, I would like to appreciate the cultural diversity and harmony among the participants. It was amazing to meet and interact with people from different countries, backgrounds, and perspectives. We shared our knowledge, experiences, and opinions about various topics related to Islamic economic and social finance. We also had fun during the culture sharing session, where we showcase our unique cultures and traditions. Thirdly, I would like to highlight the relevance and importance of this course for the current and future challenges of the world. The course showed us how Islamic social finance can contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, and the green economy. I learned how digitalization can enhance the efficiency, transparency, and impact of Islamic social finance instruments, such as zakah, waqf, and sadaqah, microfinance, crowdfunding, etc. I also learned how Islamic social finance can address the issues of poverty, inequality, climate change, social justice, etc. In conclusion, I would like to say that this course was a valuable and memorable experience for me. I gained a lot of knowledge, skills, and insights that will help me in my personal professional development. I also enjoyed the course atmosphere, which was friendly, supportive, and collaborative. I highly recommend this course to anyone who is interested in learning more about Islamic economics and social finance. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wow, it's really incredible. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Geha, Brother Geha Zakiuddin Rabbani, student from group 39. And next, I want to call in Abdul Rauf Umar. Mr. Abdul Rauf Umar, hello. From group 1. Okay.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, so first of all, I wish to extend my profound gratitude to Almighty for sparing our lives to witness this closing ceremony, Alhamdulillah. And secondly, I will also express my appreciation to the Dean of the faculty, Dr. Irfan Shauki Baik, and all the members of staff of that faculty for extending their invitation for us to join this program. I am Umar Abdul Rauf from Nigeria. I work with an organization called Sokoto State Zakat and Waqf Commission. So I was assigned to join this program in order to come and learn and listen from a lot of international speakers about Islamic economics, social financing. And Alhamdulillah, so far from all the lecturers, the presentations were excellent. We were able to learn a lot. It has broadened our horizon concerning Islamic economic social financing, Waqaf, Sukuk, and all of them. So as an accountant working in a Zakat institution, we're very, very interested with issues of governance and how to align Islamic economic or social financing with green and blue economy. So we were very appreciative. The presentations were very nice. So we wish to say a very thank you to all the speakers, all the presenters, and we wish them best of luck in their future endeavors. Also to all participants who have been asking questions, giving rooms for us to learn even outside the presentation. I wish to say a very big thank you to everyone, to Ibu Yekti, who has been organizing everything. Everything has been going well. Other members of the organizing committee, Fiona, Aska, and all of them. Thank you very much for this wonderful winter course. And I assure you from my office, from my organization, inshallah, the next course is going to be attended by a lot of people, not just me, inshallah. Thank you very much. Wish everyone all the best in the future. That's all from me, inshallah.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Umar Abdurra'u. I think that's all the testimonials about our event, about Islamic Economics Winter Course 2023. And I hope you have had a good time joining our event. And this is what we are waiting for, the announcement of the winners. And I will announce the winners of the cultural sharing and essay presentation. So for the first, okay, so for the first is I want to announcement of the cultural sharings. Okay, and the first place is going to Arashid Putra Rafi from Indonesia. Hello, there's Arashid. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, congratulations. I want to say congratulations for winning the cultural sharing IESWC 2023.
Thank you.
Okay, for the first runner-up or the second place is Hossein Mohammed Inayat from Bangladesh. Hello. Are you here, Mr. Hossein?
I'm here. Thank
Okay,
you. Thank you so much.
congratulations. Okay, and for the second runner-up or maybe the third place is from Indonesia, Mrs. Fiona Ramadini. Are you here?
Hi, Miss Icha, I'm here.
Hi, congratulations for winning as the second runner-up for cultural sharing.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Icha and everyone.
Okay, once again, I want to say congratulations for all the winners. And next is the winner of announcement of essay presentation, Islamic Economics Winter Course 2023. And for the first place is okay, for the first is going to group 27. And for the second place or the first runner-up is group 39. And the second runner-up or the third place is congratulations to group 51. Okay, and after this, maybe all the winners can calling our committee to get some gift or something like that. Okay deh. And once again, I want to congratulations to all the winners. And before we move on to the closing remarks, let's have a photo session with all the winners, as well as with all participants who attend today, as it will be the last photo session. And please make sure to open your camera and give your best smile. And to media team, please make sure to capture the screen. Let's go. I think will be our last photo session for Islamic Economics Winter Course 2023. So please give your best angle, give your pose. I'll be waiting for maybe 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay. Okay, maybe for the first slide, 1, 2, 3. The second slide, 1, 2, 3. The third slide, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, I think now, and to all the participants, you can turn off your camera. And along with the completion of the announcement of the winners and photo session, we have arrived at the final stage of the series of winter course activities in 2023. And it is a closing, which will be delivered by the Dean of Faculty of Economics and Management, IPB University, Dr. Irfan Syauqi Baik, SP MACEC. And I would like to invite to Dr. Irfan Syauqi Baik, SP MACEC. The time and screen is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Anissa. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good evening to all participants, and maybe good morning or good day in some other parts of the world. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulihil karim wa ba'd. The Honorable Dr. Naufal Mahfuz, the head of IPB Wakaf Agency, the Honorable Dr. Ala Asmara, the Deputy Head of IPB Wakaf Agency, the Honorable Head of Islamic Economics Department, Dr. Khalifa Muhammad Ali, the Honorable, the Lecturer's Representative, Dr. Nur Farha Mahadi from IUM, and distinguished participants, lecturers, brothers and sisters. So Alhamdulillah, in this occasion, I would like to express my profound appreciation to the organizing committee for holding such a meaningful winter course event on the green economy through digitalization of Islamic social finance. So I think we should give a virtual applause, yeah, to Sister Yekti and the team who has successfully arranged this event. And in this fast advancing global economic ecosystem, the transformation towards a green economy appears to be a future imperative. A green economy aims at sustainable development without degrading the environment. It advocates for reducing environmental risks and ecological scarcities. The Islamic principles of social responsibility aligns with a green economy's ideals. Its core values of promoting socio-economic justice and prohibiting harmful practices provide a natural link to the envisaged green economy. On the other hand, digital technology has disrupted and transformed various industries, Islamic social finance being no exception. However, digitalization widens access to broader population and allows for greater transparency and governance. By leveraging digital platforms, Islamic social finance institutions can reach broader audiences and amplify their impact while preserving the core Islamic principles of social and economic justice. These institutions can also benefit from digital platforms by allowing for peer-to-peer transactions, direct connectivity to beneficiaries, and advanced analytics to monitor and optimize the distribution of Islamic social finance itself, thus opening a pathway towards a sustainable, equitable, and green economy. And in this very good opportunity, I also would like to convey my gratitude to all of our distinguished guest speakers, Dr. Muhammad Ubaidullah, Dr. Nur Farha, Dr. Azim Kidwai, Professor Aditya Sukmana, Professor Baharum Abdul Hamid, Brother Al-Fatih Gesan Pananjung, Dr. Iskandar Shah, Dr. Ahmad Juwaini, Dr. Muhammad Rizki Prima Sakti, and Professor Mustafa Umar Muhammad. I understand that it is not easy for all of you to take the time to compile material, create questions, and give lectures amidst your busy schedule. Thank you for giving us precious time to share your knowledge, expertise, and experience with the participants. May Allah bless all of you, and may Allah reward you with His Jannah. And moreover, to the distinguished participants of this event, I would like to express my thankfulness to all of you. Thank you so much for participating in this event. And I hope this event has been a good use of your time. Once again, my deepest gratitude also goes to the organizer, sponsors from Basnas, Prudential Sharia, Al-Bunyan Zakat Institution, PT Antam, and BPRS Botani, and all who attended this event and helped make it such a fantastic event. And as I close this event, I encourage you to continue the great work that you are doing and to keep striving for excellence in everything that you do. Keep looking forward to the exciting opportunities and challenges that lie ahead. Let us take the inspiration and motivation we gain from this event and use it to impact our society positively. And by reciting Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, I officially close this Islamic Economics Winter Course 2023. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Irfan Shokibak, for officially closing our event. And along with this, then the 2023 Islamic Economics Winter Course is officially ended. With this, we conclude the Islamic Economics Winter Course 2023. We hope that the knowledge you have gained and the connections you have formed here will continue to flourish and contribute to a brighter, more sustainable future. Thank you for your active participation. I will wish you all the best in your academic and professional endeavors. Once again, we would like to deliver our gratitude to all the honorable distinguished guest speakers, to Dr. Muhammad Ubaidullah, Dr. Nur Farhah Mahadi, Dr. Azim Kidwai, Professor Dr. Raditya Sukmana SEMA, Professor Dr. Baharom Abdul Hamid, Mr. Al-Fatih Gesan Pananjung, MBA, Dr. Muhammad Iskandar Shah, Dr. Ahmad Juwaini, Dr. Muhammad Rizki Prima Sakti, Professor Mustafa Omar Muhammad, that have shared their valuable time, knowledge, and wisdom in our event. And of course, we will not forget to express our gratitude to all the sponsors who have supported this event, from Basnas Republic of Indonesia, pilihan pertama pembayar zakat, lembaga utama mensejahterakan umat, PT Prudential Syariah Life Assurance, Las Al-Bunyan, zakat dan donasi Anda mengentaskan kemiskinan, as well as BPRS Botani, investasi lebih berkah bersama BPRS Botani. In BPRS Botani, you can have saving account which is 25,000 rupiah. And of PT Antam TBK, Antam Logam Mulia, akurat kadarnya. Thank you so much for supporting and making our event more wonderful. And we also would like to express our gratitude to all of the participants who have attended all sessions until the last day. May Allah bless all of our activities. Also, we would like to ask your forgiveness for many inconveniences we have caused throughout all sessions of Islamic Economics Winter Course 2023. Wallahu alam, let's close our agenda today by saying hamdalah and doa kepada majelis. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika, asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. I am Anissa Sartifa Putri as Master of Ceremony. It's wonderful to see you in this event and see you in the Islamic Economics Winter Course 2024. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, panitia.
Through providing various benefit by being a zakat management institution in Indonesia, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional Basnas is here to invigorate the Love Zakat movement. Formed by the government based on the decree of the President of the Republic of Indonesia number 8 of 2001, which has the task and function of collecting and distributing zakat, infak, and sodako at the national level, Basnas is spread throughout Indonesia and coordinates provincial Basnas, Regency and city level Basnas, Amil Zakat institution, and zakat collecting units in various institutions, as well as international zakat institutions. By bringing the spirit to become the leading institutions to enhance the welfare of the Ummah, Basnas has received various awards as a form of public trust as an accountable institution, including ISO 9001-2015 certified, audited with unqualified audit opinion since 2002. The Award of Intensity, Consistency, and Innovation in the Response of COVID-19 from BNPB. The Championship Award in Capacity Building and Leadership Award in Community Development and Philanthropy from Global Good Governance Award in 2022. Best Business Transformation and Best Indonesia Customer Quality from SWA. By maintaining the spirit of zakat management based on Islamic law, trustworthiness, expediency, justice, legal certainty, integration, and accountability, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional distributes and utilizes according to the Sharia to 8 asnaf, and it's summarized into 5 main sectors. Humanity, education, health, dakwah, and economy. By continuing to facilitate sharing access for all people, Basnas provides various payment channels through the counters, mini markets, transfer services, up to dozens of channels and digital wallets, as well as PayPal. Basnas continues to expand the benefit of various productive and effective programs that are based on the principles of safe Sharia, safe regulation, and safe for the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia. Together with Basnas, create a just and a prosperous society all around Indonesia. Basnas, the leading institution to enhance the welfare of the Ummah.
Udah stop dulu, Pak. Di stop.
Fill me out with your smile. Love is